II. I was not born yet, so
Ouch.
I just have no memories.
I read in 1978. I was an age that was not good at outward contemplation and much more into perhaps who was the most interesting pop band of the time. So I just sort of found out at school. Also, I mean, to the social media question, these were things that the information was not as instantaneous. I mean, it really was sitting at the edge of your seat. There was something going on in Rome, in Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts. I still had my homework and had to go home and go to soccer practice or all the different things. And so I think there's much less of a sense of where I was because I was really so far away from it.
I was going to say, we take for granted today instant communication, instant everything. And I find difficulty sometimes trying to say, well, what was it like before we had that sort of instant communication, high-res, super high-res, instant images? And so it was a different time than, of course, I was kind of, maybe 8th grade or something. So I don't remember too much of that conclave. But at the same time, it was a different time, of course, as you mentioned, because the media and instant communication wasn't what it is today.
I'm 78 years old, so I wasn't in high school at that time. I was a priest in my diocese and also going to social work school. But I was also directing a psychiatric treatment center for children. And so it was there that I was working, and I was in my office doing clinical records and things like that when one of the young children who was with us came to tell me that we had a pope. And then I think I mentioned earlier that he also told me that the pope was Polish, and I said, "Oh, Billy, don't be spreading those rumors around, And then he dragged me to the television set and showed me, yes, indeed, the pope is Polish, and I didn't have the time to go sit and watch television in those days, day or night, but it was a wonderful experience to know that we now had a pope.
But even to ask, how about a month before that? When, because there was an election just before that as well.
You were talking about John Paul II getting...
and then John Paul I.
John Paul I. Sorry.
If I can rewind even a little more.
Yes. With John Paul I, well, first of all, it was one of our child care workers. One of our child care workers called me late at night to tell me that the Pope had died, and I said, "Oh, I think you're thinking a month ago. So we have a Pope now, and of course it was very true. And then it was when John Paul II was elected that I was telling this story. Yes.
Well, and so we'll go back deep into the archives of Vatican Radio, and we'll look at a conclave that none of us, I think, were around for. But before we do that, we want to say a special thank you to Dr. Liz Lev for being here and sharing such amazing insight into art history, and how that plays a role in the conclave even today.
Well, it's been really great to be here. I mean, in a certain sense, you guys are the nerve center of it all. So it's an honor, actually, to be able to sit here and, of course, to really have the possibility to talk in a way that it's much harder. We do our best out there I think there's a whole squad of us out there trying to do our best in the secular media, but to really be able to talk about what it means to be the servant of God, what it means for Peter to have died here, what it means for these cardinals. I mean, it's so nice to be able to really talk about the true weight and importance of prayer and how we must pray for the Pope. So thank you for really, it's like a cleanse to come here. I'm ready to go back out and face questions about whether or not this conclave is like the movie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The hot topic of the day.
At the same time, I often think sometimes the movie or even other media productions can offer an opportunity to say, okay, yeah, you saw that, you read that book, but in reality, this is how things unfolded in history. So sometimes I like to look at it as like, okay, we can use it as an opportunity to say, well, it's not exactly that way, but at the same time, some elements are true, some are not, but this is how it works. It's and it's created certainly helped generate interest, I would say, and so I guess we have to.
Be grateful for that.
So returning to the question of art one last time, that is the joy of the Catholic imagination. The Catholic imagination can see through to the potential of almost anything. And so even though this is a tawdry story or it's an incorrect story, the Catholic imagination can find that pearl that is beautiful, good, and true, and bring it out and turn it into something fruitful and wonderful. So, yeah.
Wonderful.
What a
Thank
great
you
note to
so
end on.
much for
Thank
being
you.
with us here. Huh?
And so we will launch into this old interview that we have from our former colleague, Veronica Skarsbrick, with Father Martin Nolan, the one-time Prior General of the Augustinian Order, who was actually in St. Peter's Square when Cardinal Angelo Roncalli was elected to the See of Peter on the 28th of October, 1958.
You're listening to Vatican Radio. I'm Veronica Skarsbrick. And I'm about to bring you an archive interview with Father Martin Nolan, one-time Prior General of the Augustinian Order, who was in St. Peter's Square when Cardinal Angelo Roncalli was elected to the See of Peter on the 28th of October, 1958. But why don't you listen to his memories of that day?
I think that really it's a memory of contrasts because Pius XII, as you know, was a man who greatly impressed the people by, I suppose, his isolation as well as everything else. It was very hard to get a private audience with him or to meet him personally, and so people, especially in Rome, adulated him as they saw him carried in on the Sedia Gestatoria at that time. So that when eventually he died, there was great mourning and regret. He died in Castel Gandolfo, and I remember well the day. And when eventually the conclave was called and the new pope was announced, people were, I suppose, almost visibly disappointed because the new pope didn't have the figure or the dignity, apparently, at first, of the pope that the church had lost.
You said that you remember well the day that the Pope died. Why?
Well, because there was a great amount of hoopla in the press. In fact, the Pope was out in Castel Gandolfo, as was usual, for his summer break, and some papers announced his death before he died. There was a certain amount of media scandalous coverage, especially because at that time the Pope in Castel Gandolfo was almost segregated from other parts of the church because he had his own kind of curia that ran Castel Gandolfo, Mother Pasqualina and some Jesuit fathers and a few others, and his own Dr. Galeazzi Lisi. And the communication between them and the media was not great, so that apparently some of the press anticipated his death, and others then, when he died, had many stories about it.
Getting back to Pope John the 23rd, you said that people were a bit disappointed to start with. I mean, we got this portly new pope instead of the austere and elegant figure of Pius XII, who introduced a whole new style into the papacy.
That's right. I remember I was in the square the night that he was elected. And as far as I remember, it took several days to elect him. There was confusion about the white and the black smoke. Nobody could quite make out which was white and which was black. But eventually the feeling got around that he was going to be elected, and I was over there when he was announced.
You knew who he was?
No, I did not know who he was. In fact, most people didn't know who he was because the announcement at that time was made in Latin. You know, Annuncio vobis Gaudium Magnum, I announce your great joy. We have then elected a pope, and then they name him. But the people around me were saying, who is this man? Who is he? We've never heard of him before. And when eventually he arrived on the loggia, and they saw this tiny figure barely able to look over the parapet, you know, they were saying, who
Why?
We have smoke in St. Peter's Square now, so
Look
we
at
will
that.
come
Look
back, and
at
it
that.
looks to be
white.
white. We
Look
have
at that. Look
a
at that
pope.
smoke streaming out.
This is good.
This is incredible news here, coming up here on 6:08 p.m. here in Rome at the Vatican, and we have white smoke streaming out.
And you can
of
hear the
chimney.
crowds.
And we hear the crowds applauding there. As you can see, now we got the camera work on there.
Just
This
crowds of people
It
crying
is amazing. Here we are.
and celebrating this special moment.
Yeah, it's so white, so...
There was a brief moment where we were a little unsure, but it is confirmed it is white smoke.
We have white smoke here. A smoke warning.
A smoke
And
warning,
that's
we're no
white
longer
smoke.
watching.
Oh my goodness! I was walking out the door.
We're back with Dr.
Come
Leslie.
back.
I'm still out of breath from racing up here. I can't believe it.
I'm actually
I'm flabbergasted.
surprised
Honestly.
as well because given the complexity of the reality we were talking about
Exactly.
and the many issues and the diversity. But here we are, and look at our drone footage there. We're just
Yes.
cruising over the roof of the Sistine Chapel.
Wow.
We see the crowds.
The bells ringing.
bells.
The bells are
Sure,
ringing. It
yeah.
is 100% white
The
smoke.
white smoke. And I mean, as we were talking about before, the crowds are,
Oh,
I mean,
yes.
the square's
yes,
packed.
Yes.
It's incredible.
And that's probably small compared to what's
Exactly.
coming in now.
And that
Yeah.
smoke just scared away our seagulls there, the little
Exactly.
family there that was just relaxing on Sistine Chapel roof there.
But actually, as you mentioned at the beginning, TJ, it seemed like they did know. They came back just for the white smoke.
Indeed. In fact, maybe they were giving us a kind of a secret, a bit of information that they knew that we didn't know. But here we are. And then a spectacular, sunny, brilliant
wow.
evening here. And you can even see from the perspective of the crowds there in St. Peter's Square, the white smoke billowing from the chimney, even as the sun starts going down behind the dome of St. Peter's there.
Well, thanks be to God.
Honestly.
And this smoke will last at least about 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes. And with a light breeze there in the square, we can see it billowing down towards the square. And we've got now basically about, it's going to be 45 minutes
yes,
to at least an hour at least
Yeah.
before the new Pope, just elected,
So
appears
before we will know who.
to greet everyone. And so there's huge anticipation, naturally, of who will the
Who will it
new
be?
successor of
Exactly.
St. Peter be.
Well, and I mean, as we were talking about before, you see the crowds filling the squares, but also the different people who have come. I mean, you can see the flags waving, people smiling. It's a big sign of, the universality of the church, but then also just how supportive people are in sense of being here for this moment.
And now we're going to have an invasion of Romans. They're going to be coming in.
Yes.
And no, it's only natural and normal. I mean, you live here, so those who can
he's
will
their
be.
bishop too.
What's that?
He's their bishop too. Don't
Of course,
forget.
he's their
There
bishop,
you go.
and so they're going to be streaming into the square now. It's going to be filling up.
It will make for some interesting traffic around my house because if my recollection is correct, when they couldn't get any further, they just left their cars in the road.
There you go.
so
and
there
so
you are.
They were
Yeah.
they were just there.
Just stop
in,
the cars.
in the road. But
Oh my goodness.
there's nowhere else to go.
That's
except
true.
for here. So
That's true.
Look at that billowing, thick white smoke there.
Oh wow.
All the different
I
flags.
love the people ready with their flags just in
Yes.
case.
Yes.
My
Not
daughter
waiting.
said that the election of Pope Benedict XVI, her closest friend, they went to school right around the corner here, and her closest friend was German. And they went running out into the square, and out comes Joseph Ratzinger. She said her friend had this teeny tiny little, teenage girl purse. She pulled out of this purse this flag, this enormous flag. It was suddenly waving a German
my
flag.
goodness.
So apparently a lot of people come prepared.
Yeah, that's the thing, because you just never know. I mean, when I was in the square earlier, people thought, oh, no, it might be a longer time. It could take, days.
yeah.
You just don't know. You just don't know.
Yeah, you just don't know. In fact, I didn't know what to expect. At the same time, it's a wonderful surprise here to see the white smoke billowing there. And so after just, day and a half, basically.
Yeah.
And here we are.
It does
with-
make you feel like there's a wonderful sense of the noise stopped, the cameras went off, they went into the chapel, they prayed, and the Holy Spirit spoke. I mean,
Yeah.
it just really gives us a great sense of confidence.
And
100%.
indeed, this hope that's being realized, that we have a new shepherd, so to speak, someone to take on the reins there and to accompany us on this journey of our life journey. And it will be fascinating to see. As I say, you see the central lodge of St. Peter's Basilica. You see that's where the new pope will be appearing, as he traditionally does, to be announced that Abemus Papa, that we have a pope. And then the big surprise will be as he proceeds towards the central loggia, and we see who that cardinal is, now dressed in white.
Well, and for many people, they might be thinking, okay, why is there this long wait, as you mentioned, Thaddeus? Why is there this long wait in between when we see the white smoke and when the new Pope, comes out into the loggia. And it's because there's a process that's going on right now.
There is a very long process, which will be the oath of allegiance of the cardinals, of which there are 132 now. And we saw how long it took for the oath to be for the oath of the conclave. I'm imagining it will take about that length for the oath of allegiance.
Well, and also, Liz, you had mentioned way before in our discussion, the Room of Tears, which has become very essential right now. So right now the new Pope would have gone, or is it after?
I would think that the ballots are burned after. I think he's already, and I think that's one of the reasons why this is kind of a funny hour.
Yeah.
Right.
As it got to be past 5, I was thinking, well, I guess now we have to wait until 7. But I think this must have been the time that he spent in that Room of Tears thinking about or preparing himself for what is look at that square, and that square is it's a microcosm of the millions, if not billions, who are watching, all of them fixed to see some of them already Christians, Catholics, but other people who are really searching. And there is so much searching going on in the world. I don't know how many of the people that I've been working with in the secular media circles who talk about, well, I used to be Catholic, or I went to Catholic school, or I was an altar boy, or I was this. But they somehow feel this moment as still their own. It's a funny thing about those sacraments, right, Father? It's hard to get rid of those. And so he's also the father to those people and to all the others who don't even know that they're orphaned yet. So
all the people we pray for on Good Fridays.
Exactly.
Yes. And there's also a real life need going on in the Room of Tears as well, because probably the tailors are very busy adjusting one of those cassocks to be able, for the new Pope to be able to wear out until the loggia.
Oh, and don't forget the barber. They keep a barber back there just in case he needs like a shave and a trim or something, because like some of them show up scruffy for the conclave. They're not expecting it, so apparently they've got a barber back there. Also sworn to secrecy.
But these are incredible moments, aren't they?
Wow.
And what a surprise! You were sending out that report on looking at history, and here we are, the smoke billowing out, and here we are waiting now to see who the new Pope will be.
Well, and as you mentioned, TJ Thaddeus, this is we had just heard in that archived interview. I remember where I was when Roncalli was elected. Yes. And now we will all remember where we were at that moment when this new Pope was elected. I mean, we would have been here seeing these flags from South Korea, from Spain, from everywhere, from Serbia, from Croatia. It's amazing to see.
Yes. I'm old enough that I actually saw Papa Roncalli here in Rome at a general audience, yes. I came as a child and was brought to the audience, and there he was being carried in on the sedia gestatoria, and he really was the smiling, good Pope John. I mean, he was just so warm and loving.
And friendly, yeah, sure.
Well, and, as we're waiting for the moment when we will meet the new Pope for the first time, it's just a moment of reflection, I think, also of, as we were talking about before, the impact and what the significance means. And I mean, just thinking about, there will be one country, one group of people that are in the square thinking, that's someone from my country, or that's someone that I can, relate to, because it will be someone who is from potentially a country that's being represented right now with the flags waving.
Indeed. And the process begins when the official announcement in Latin is made that we have a new Pope, and he appears on the balcony, offers his own words. Okay, we're going to go straight away here to Joe Tulloch, our co-worker and colleague here in the square. Joe, tell us about what it's like down there in the square. You're there among the crowds.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a lot harder to hear you than it was last time when you called me. A lot more noise. Immediately, as soon as we saw that white smoke, a huge cheer went up. Huge cheer. So much noise. So many people already arriving. I can't see them obviously, but I know that they're running. They're streaming towards the piazza from all over. Yeah, huge atmosphere, huge sense of expectation, and more people arriving every second.
I mean, was there a moment where you heard gasps? Was there a lot of surprise? Did you feel like people were shocked that the smoke happened right now?
Yeah, I think so. I was not surprised, but it's after, we think, probably 4 votes, right, or maximum 5 votes. So it's definitely a fairly quick election. People overjoyed, people surprised, all kinds of emotions.
How about yourself? Where were you when that smoke started coming out? Because I think many people were assuming it would be a little later when the smoke would come, whether white or black.
Yeah, that's right. So I was here on my phone trying to send back some of these interviews I've been doing, and I wasn't very successful at sending them back because the internet here is so slow, and so that was kind of what was on my mind, and suddenly I see the white smoke and nothing matters anymore, so it came as a surprise for me as well for that reason. What a moment. You can really feel it in the crowd here. Huge moment.
Well, amazing. And I mean, as you mentioned, there's still people running to the square, and there will be probably for a long time, Joe. I mean, because people will be flocking to see the new Pope coming.
Yeah, that's right. And all kinds of people here as well. I've been speaking to priests from all over. I spoke to a nun from Samoa, right, the island of Samoa. I spoke to a Buddhist monk, and that's one of the interviews that I wasn't able to send back to you guys.
Oh, wow.
I spoke to a Buddhist monk from Thailand who said he was in Rome by chance. He just happened to be in Rome visiting a friend, but he was in the square on purpose because he really wanted to be here. He said that although he's a Buddhist, that Pope Francis really meant a lot to him, and he said he was really hoping to see the successor. And so that was really nice. And he said he described it as a gesture of interreligious friendship. That's what he said to me. A gesture of interreligious friendship, solidarity. That's why he wanted to be here from Thailand, a Buddhist monk.
Beautiful. And our camera work here, we were just zooming in on that balcony from where the new Pope will appear. Joe, tell us about, when you're explaining to people in the square, what's next, what's going to happen? I'm sure people are asking you, so what happens? The Pope's new elected.
That's right, So I've been explaining to people exactly. So we know that right now the Pope he's got a few things to do before he appears on the loggia. So we'll have the Cardinal Protodeacon will come out, unless of course it's the Cardinal Protodeacon that's been elected, and he will give the Habemus Papam, the announcement in Latin. We'll hear said in Latin the name of whoever's been elected Pope, and people will be listening very carefully, trying to see if they can catch that name. And if they can't catch it, they'll see the Pope a moment afterwards, because the Protodeacon will leave the balcony, and the Pope will come out and he'll greet the people. He'll speak probably in Italian. He'll probably say a prayer and deliver his first address, and that's what everybody here now is waiting for, that moment when they see the new Pope for the first time.
And Joe, how about yourself? You're going to be there for us, aren't you? You're going to be staying there in the square.
Yeah, that's right. No, of course. I mean, CJ, there's nowhere else I would rather be in the world right now than right here in the square. So yeah, you couldn't move me from here if you tried. I'll be here.
Fantastic. And you'll be telling all your friends about this experience you're having here right now in the future, I'm sure.
Well, thanks so much, Joe.
Cheers, CJ.
Thank you, Joe. We're going to be back with you very soon for more update on all happening in the square there. So, Monsignor Vitilla, tell us a bit about this experience for you now. I mean, this experiencing it live, the smoke coming out here, and now our great sense of anticipation for who the next Pope will be.
Well, it's just such a privilege to be here in Rome at this time, but also I've probably felt closest to Pope Francis because I've served him in different ways, both as in my work at Caritas Internationalis, and then also at the Secretary General of the International Catholic Migration Commission. I always used to say he's the best guru you could ever have to do public relations on migrants and refugees, and I don't have to pay him a thing, you know. So, and there were many times when I was able to meet him, and it was so beautiful an experience each time. So the emotions are more now than they were other times, because I loved the popes, but they were strange to me. I didn't know them so well. I met Pope John Paul II a couple times, but not as closely as working with Pope Francis. It's wonderful, it's exciting, and then it's a real privilege to be here at Vatican Radio and to have been part of our smoke watching together.
It's now smoke warning, of course. So, and a severe smoke warning.
Exactly.
And white smoke, that makes it even more severe, so to speak. But it's severe good news, I like to joke and say.
Yes.
But
I think it's going to be very nice. I'm very happy that I was here. And just when I was walking out the door, and I just thought, I don't want to be alone in this moment.
Yes.
This is a moment of ecclesia. This is the moment of people gathered together. I'm going to run back upstairs and knock on the door and see if they'll help me back. I'm so happy to be able to share this moment, and I love this view of the square and all of these people who are gathering together in really a tremendous sense of rejoicing. This is after our 9 days of mourning, after the shock of Pope Francis's death. We are rejoicing again, and that is very lovely for a beautiful, beautiful day in Rome.
Yes.
Yeah, stunning. Actually, perfect weather, and I like to jokingly call this kind of weather severe good weather. It's just wonderful. It's sunny and brilliant, and of course, I remember in 2013 when Pope Francis was elected. It was during the evening. It was dark out, and it was still
Cold.
Yes.
It
rather
was
cold and wet
and rainy.
and the sun set later, but it was illuminated with the lighting in the square, and now the even improved lighting they have on the basilica now. It's stunning.
Yeah.
You know, the square and the facade, how they've renewed and the lighting, but then it was illuminated by all the phones being held up and all. But here we have the brilliant sunlight illuminating all the people there in the square and growing in number. And now, Dr. Lev, tell us a bit about, I was thinking, the central loggia of the basilica there, and even the history behind it of the popes appearing from that loggia, from that balcony, and giving their most solemn blessing, Urbi et Orbi, which the new pope will impart after he greets the crowds there, that solemn blessing to the city, in Latin, to the city and the world, impart after he greets the crowds there, that solemn blessing to the city, in Latin, to the city and the world, which is
that's the first task. That's his first act, is to impart this blessing, because after all, he is the Pontifex Maximus. He is the bridge between heaven and earth. So today we'll see him in the facade of St. Peter's. And that facade, which was built, a beautiful construction by Carlo Maderno from 1612. But even in some of the buildings in Rome, you might not recognize, actually have a loggia of benedictions. So there's a sort of strange side transept on St. John Lateran, because when the popes lived over there, that was where the pope would come out for the Orbi et Orbi blessing. Or even the church of San Marco in Piazza Venezia, where Pope Paul II lived, he also had a loggia of the benedictions placed into his house / church / because the popes weren't officially living in the Vatican. And then even, what it means to have the Pope on that balcony. If we were in the early 20th century, the first conclaves of the 20th century, there was no Pope on the balcony, because during the so-called Roman question, after the unification of Italy in 1870, during those conclaves, while the newly formed Italian state and the ousted papal state confined within the walls of the Vatican, their tensions between the two of them meant that they would hold the conclave, send out some smoke, but you had to wait. You would not see the Pope appear in the square. And so when Pius XI appeared in that loggia, it was already a statement that things were about to change. So it's a very, very, very exciting moment. I remember, I think it was 2005, all the cardinals, when they first started to have lots and lots of cardinals, they were all trying to fit out on those openings of the balcony, and you were kind of looking at a couple of them like, that looks a little precarious.
Yes.
So let's hope they've worked out the placement, the placement out on the balconies this time.
Absolutely. Here we're seeing a long shot there, and crowds coming down the main avenue, Via della Conciliazione. There are security checks, of course, which is one reason that the crowds may kind of trickle in more than be running into the square. Unfortunately, it's absolutely necessary nowadays. So,
sure, you could see them coming from the security now.
So there's a metal check and all, so we have to ensure the safety and security there in the square. So.
Well, and as we're seeing all this jubilation and excitement, sadly, we have to say goodbye to
I'm
Liz.
like those sports stars
That
that
come-
keep quitting and then coming back. I mean, you'll probably see me back in like another 15
Yeah,
minutes.
you
or
are welcome to
something,
come
but-
back.
Or a bit like the seagull coming in and around the
I'll
bending.
be like, I really liked
You're
the
always
sports
welcome.
star comparison better, but I'll handle seagull.
Okay.
Thank you so much once again. I'm so happy we got to share this moment together.
Thank you for being here
Thank
with
you.
us.
Well, and as Liz mentioned before, when we were talking about what is happening now, what takes so long, I mean, according to John Paul II, I believe his Apostolic Constitution, right, Universi Dominici Gregis, there's a process that's happening, and it starts with the rite of acceptance, which already happened, because that's when we know we get the white smoke, because the Pope, the man that was elected, had to say yes.
And has to sign and have it certified.
Exactly. So isn't that, I mean, it's beautiful, right? We always talk about free will in the Catholic Church.
Yes.
He could say no, but this means that whoever we will see on the loggia has agreed, has said yes to this. And as you can hear, the crowds are coming, and we see...
Here's the,
And we see
yes.
the pontifical band there coming out, and they will, and the Swiss Guards, of course. There's always a traditional salute
Yes.
of the Vatican hymn or anthem
Exactly.
to celebrate the occasion. It's part of the festivity of it, and we hear they're playing already and coming out there, all in full uniform.
Well, and it's special. It's special too because these last more than 2 weeks, we've had the Swiss Guards present for certain things, but now they have a Pope once again that they are protecting. That is their
Yes.
role. That is their
Yes.
mission, right? To be where the Pope is and to protect him. And so this is extra special because now we see them
Of
coming
course.
out again to the piazza because we will have a Pope.
Yes. I live with 21 other priests at a residence, so all of us work in the Curia. And we've been sharing at breakfast how hard it is in the morning when we're celebrating Mass, and there's always a prayer in the canon of the Mass for the Pope. And, we now have to skip over that. And it's like your tongue doesn't stop, So now we can pray once again for the Pope as well.
Exactly.
Well, our predecessor popes can pray for us as well.
Exactly.
They intercede in ways
Yes, that I'm sure of.
we hope and
Yes.
pray
No,
for.
for sure.
So again, the bands here will be coming in and playing the anthems, the hymns when the new Pope appears, just like almost the Urbi et Orbi on an Easter, or Christmas, or solemn occasions.
That's right.
And so it's to be expected at this time, and we probably have another, it's at least a half hour before the earliest the new Pope will appear from the central balcony there.
But also during this time too, there will be prayer too, and certainly the new Pope will be praying, but also the cardinals will be praying with him too.
Exactly. And we will all be
Yes,
praying
of
as
course,
well.
yes,
Everyone in the
yes.
square will be
Yes,
praying
yes, exactly.
around the world. All of you watching and listening from home, will you join in prayer as well for this moment?
We
And-
do indeed. You can be sure even the new Pope hears all this in the background because it's a lot of strong sound that's coming up there and then propagating up
Right.
into the areas there in the buildings and just outside the loggia there as well. You can hear that. I know that from experience.
Right.
the
that's
sounds
right.
of the streets, the sounds of the square.
Well, and it must be a sign of, I mean, they must feel encouraged hearing the cheers, the music, because this is a big moment for anyone. And then to come out into the loggia and see thousands upon thousands of people. I mean, if public speaking is not your thing, that would be very intimidating. And so to hear the support of the band and the people clapping and cheering must be extra special for that person.
Absolutely, a huge encouragement as well. Apart from the weight of the office and accepting and realizing the challenge, the immense challenge that they'll be taking on and responsibility, but encouraged by what is the fanfare we're seeing and hearing in St. Peter's Square right now. And as I mentioned, the crowds are filtering in, go through their security check before that, but the square is slowly filling up there with people coming in last minute to be here. Of course, they're lucky they have a little time because we have about this almost 1 hour before the new Pope will appear. And so we see in the blue there the gendarmes, the Vatican gendarmes and the band they have there, and then of course the Swiss Guard in uniform there in position. So
Well, and just again behind the scenes, looking back behind all the process that's happening, I think is so interesting to think we're seeing the crowds waiting, cheering, trying to keep spirits up while they wait the hour or more until we know who the Pope is. And I think, as we're talking about, prayer is also a central part of this aspect as well. I mean, before the Pope comes out, we see the first ceremony, the greeting, the Te Deum, where in the Sistine Chapel, after being dressed and saying yes, the Pope goes back to the Sistine Chapel and he takes a seat on a chair and a ceremony begins. And it's introduced with a greeting from the senior cardinal of the Order of Bishops, and then they read a passage from the Gospel, which, as we talked about with Liz and also Dr. O'Donnell, I mean, it grounds the mission of the Pope, the office of the Pope in the Gospel, in the message that Christ gave to Peter, feed my sheep, tend to my sheep. So I don't know, it's a really special moment, I think, when you look behind what's happening right now as we wait for the Pope.
And speaking of the ground, please.
Just in the unbroken line of passing the authority and the responsibility of the papacy from Peter all the way on.
And now, going on the ground there in the square, we have Sister Nina Krankic, who's from Croatia and is with us there in the square, and she works here at Vatican News and is going to share us tell us more about her own experience there in the square. Sister Nina, can you hear us?
All of our listeners, all who are following us online now. Pretty amazing. I just arrived here at the St. Peter's with my colleagues. We just rushed out of the building and we just arrived here. It's so many people already gathered here. There's the orchestra playing, as you probably can hear and see. The atmosphere is so getting warmed up, and it's incredible. We're going to take our place somewhere here among the people, and we're going to wait for that special moment that is going to happen very soon.
Sister Nina, you must have run out of the building there to get there in the square, because I mentioned the crowds coming in now there's got to be some bottleneck there, isn't there?
Yes, we ran out of the building. All the colleagues started screaming, "Look out, there was a white smoke." So we just ran out and ran through the crowd, and we're going now. We're here in front of St. Peter's, actually, so we have a pretty good position. So if we talk a little bit later, I can tell you more about what's going on. But you actually cannot arrive at the square now because there's so many people from all around all parts of the home gathering here. So it's really hard to even enter the square at this moment. There's so many journalists. Everybody's doing their best and interviewing people all around. So pretty amazing to see.
So it must feel like a big party almost, I imagine, in some ways, doesn't it?
Now the Italians are coming in.
It's the biggest party that I would ever add. That's for sure. That's for sure.
And we can hear the bands there. We see the Italian Carabinieri band that's coming into the square as well. So I imagine it's adding to the festive atmosphere you're living there, isn't it?
It's very festive atmosphere, and even the Swiss guards are all here, and the music, the people, very festive, very, very beautiful. Something beautiful to see.
All right, Sister Nina, thanks for giving us that update there, and we look forward to connecting with you there again when possible. We know how it's a little tough with the cell signal there, given all the people communicating live on their cell phones and the networks there being a bit saturated. But thank you.
Yeah,
and
I hope to talk to you soon. And you can still make it, people. If you're somewhere around, if you're somewhere close, you can still make it. So try to get on the square and don't miss this special moment.
Wonderful.
In time. And if you're watching in Diretta, don't stay with us and wait for that special moment that's falling.
And Sister Nina, by the way, this is your first experience of this type, isn't it? Your first conclave, and
yes.
So it must be extra special for you.
Oh, amazing. You know what? But even seeing that live, it's just something so special. And seeing that many people. As we were coming here from the dicastery, from our building, I've actually seen people cry and screaming, "Happen with Baba," and which was so touching. People running and crying, and you feel that it's like a special moment in the history of the church and of the world. So it's something that it's just once in a lifetime. So I'm really grateful to be here now.
Wonderful. All righty, Sister Nina, thank you so much for sharing that with us, and we hope to touch base with you there shortly. Okay.
Thank you for calling me.
All right. In the meantime, good luck getting in the square there.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right.
Well, and continuing, as we mentioned before, the atmosphere, but also what we're seeing. You see the bands, Father, as you mentioned, the Italians as well, coming up the stairs that we often saw the Pope Mobile drive up for general audiences. And shortly, we're not sure exactly when, but when the Pope comes out, there's a formula that is said in Latin, and for many of us, we might not have studied Latin in school. I mean, my Latin is quite rusty, so I don't know if maybe, Father, you know a bit more about what's going to be said, and for those who might not know, what is the formula? What is said?
Well, it says the proto-deacon, and it's Cardinal Momberti is the proto-deacon right now, will come out and say, I have an announcement of great joy, and then he says, we have a pope, habemus papam. I saw some signs there and they didn't have the correct conjugation of papa, but that's okay. The fact is, the news is and it's almost universal language now in terms of communicating the fact that we now have a pope.
And then after that, he announces the name that he's taken.
Yes, in Latin.
Yeah.
And so I'll tell you a funny story of that too. A friend of mine was in the square when Paul VI was elected, and he was standing. He's from the U.S. He was a student at the North American College, and no, it was when John Paul II was elected, and he was standing next to an Italian woman, and they announced that the Pope was from Polonia, and this Italian woman crossed herself and said, "Grazie a Dio da Bologna."
Da Bologna.
Thank God from Bologna.
Yes.
She didn't hear Polonia in Italian meaning Poland. But, no.
Yes.
Yeah, it's tricky. If you don't know Italian or Latin, it might be a bit confusing. But no, it's extra special, and as you mentioned, I mean, I remember watching with some of my colleagues here at the start of this week some of the compilations from the Habemus Papams that we have video or audio of, which is only in the last, just over 100 years that we have video, and it's been really interesting because whether you know Latin or not, you know that phrase and you know what it means, and so it's a big signal to a new chapter in the church.
And I'm thinking that the last announcement was by Cardinal Jean-Louis Touron, whom I worked with a great deal.
Oh, wow.
And he made that announcement, and it was so good. And he's gone home to heaven, but I'm sure he's now rejoicing once again tonight.
That's right. I remember him very well when he announced introduced Pope Francis, and I remember even hearing his name. I was wondering who, and then I looked it up very quickly because as always, it's a surprise.
Right.
It's a surprise,
and you don't know, because we have such a list of people, and as we've said throughout this entire Smoke Watch, that it's the Holy Spirit that guides the decision, and so we don't know till that moment.
Here we see a formation of the Italian military bands.
Yes. Wow.
Guardia Finanza, Carabinieri, and then of course the gendarmes, the Vatican Gendarmerie, their own band, and then we have the Swiss Guards all in position there. We see the usually at a point after the Pope appears, so there'll be a mutual salute of both national anthems and hymns.
The retired
papal preacher.
Papal preacher, and also then there's
Cardinal Raniero Cantalamessa, looking at his phone there, we see.
Technology.
And then Capuchin Cardinal there.
And also Cardinal Sean from Boston.
Exactly.
O'Malley.
Exactly. Sean O'Malley.
Yes, yeah.
So here we are. The bands are playing. And we have an introduction here to the Vatican anthem. Oh no, the Italian anthem. Sorry about that.
That's true. So the hymns, the songs will be going on until we hear that famous line, "Habemus Papam," and we see the Pope come out on the balcony.
So we're hearing notes from the Italian national anthem, Fratelli d'Italia.
He must.
And we've just heard those, the Vatican hymn and then the Italian national anthem played, mutual salute between the two groups of bands. And now the mutual salute and greeting of both. This is just like when we see at Easter and at Christmas,
the Urbi et Orbi.
during the Urbi et Orbi, when the Pope gives his blessing to the city and to the world. And before that, his Christmas or Easter message. So the bands are lined up there as we await the curtains to be pulled back there from the central loggia of St. Peter's Basilica there.
And even though the Holy See is a separate country, it's important for Italy to be involved in this too, because he's also the Bishop of Rome. So it's his flock is in Rome as well.
Actually, just now taking off my headphones to hear some of the ambient sound, you could hear kind of the craziness that's going on outside. You could hear helicopters, ambulances, fire trucks, everything. And so, I mean, even at the end of Via Conciliazione, where we are, you can hear the excitement and the festivities that are happening outside.
Monsignor, I think some of that chimney smoke has gotten
to me, yes.
There's a lot of pollen in the air, so it's an allergy time here as we head into summer. But what a stunning view there. We have the sun just going down behind the facade of St. Peter's. It's always stunning, when it comes time to sunset there with the facade facing east, but then when you're looking at the basilica and the sun going down behind it, it's always
so beautiful.
So beautiful, yeah.
But everybody's eyes are on this.
Yeah, everybody's looking up, waiting for the doors to open and then the white curtains to be pulled back.
Well, and there's actually a story about what's happening right now. Again, the Room of Tears, the new Pope getting dressed, and we know that there are 3 sizes of the white cassocks because you don't know who's going to be elected, but you have to be prepared. And actually, one of our colleagues, Christopher Wells, who was on this morning actually on the Smoke Watch, was talking about Pope John the 23rd, and he was...
That's a letter. Yes.
And actually, since it didn't fit, they had to tie it like a medical garment. Exactly. And so it's a funny little anecdote to just remember that. I mean, no one knows, and so everyone's prepared. But that's what's going on right now. They're trying on the garments, and they're seeing what's fitting.
And of course, they have different sizes available to start with, but sometimes they might need adjusting depending.
Exactly. We're all made in God's image and likeness in different sizes. Yeah. So there you go.
See all those flags representing the different nations present. Also, it is the Jubilee of Hope, and so we have pilgrims here for Jubilee events over these days as well. I think I read about 15,000 for currently in Rome just for the Jubilee themed events. For pilgrimages that were organized well ahead of time.
Well, and we're hearing from our producer, Francesco Merlo, that they're looking outside our building, and as I mentioned, there's helicopters, but they're blocking off the roads, and that's what Liz was mentioning too, that people are stopping, and they're just trying to get to the square as fast as they can. So it's a moment of organized chaos a bit in the square and around the Vatican.
We have reports that there are people literally running to get into the square. And they will eventually, as they go through the checks and controls there. They do an extraordinary job of the crowd control as well, with these many people coming into St. Peter's Square and avoiding any potential problems or issues due to that. So.
Well, and that is, you have to think that, I mean, maybe everything has a purpose, right? Everything has a reason, because we have this time in between the white smoke and the Habemus Papam, maybe also for everyone to get to the square. It's a dual-edged sword. The new pope is being prepared and ready to go to the loggia, but it's also to let everyone who can get to the square to be there for that special moment.
And we're seeing it with our Vati drone footage here, as I'd like to call it. And you can see the square there. It's just wonderful. You can get a sense of the crowds, and then on the people kind of streaming in from the main avenue, Via della Conciliazione, and some of the side streets there.
Talking about the universality of the church, I just got a message from a UN official in Gaza who's listening to this transmission, and so you could see how connected people are, and how grateful they are to be able to hear Vatican news as well.
Yeah, of course.
Well, we're grateful to have you here to say some nice, intelligent things for us.
I don't know.
As well as and give us some interesting input on all, and to share this experience. As we see the our drone footage there shows our Vati drone is showing the avenue there filling up with people, and as they come closer to the square, then they just go through a check there,
and all the flags are ready.
And Thaddeus, because since you've been, this is your third conclave in Rome.
In Rome, yes.
And
well,
so
I haven't been a conclave elsewhere.
No, but you've been in Rome.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
But have you ever had the opportunity, because I know working here, we're always pretty much in here, but have you ever had the chance to run out to the square or see the excitement?
For Pope Benedict, I was up there on the colonnade there. If you're looking here on the footage here, you can see here on the left side there on that colonnade there where the statues are, on top of the Charlemagne wing of the colonnade. I was up there and able to just view from that position where all the photographers, videographers were, or most of them anyway, accredited, to see him come out and greet the crowds and give his blessing. And I remember, this is a strange thing, but after that event, going back into the Vatican and running into Cardinal Jorge Bergoglio.
Oh my gosh!
This is long after probably about an hour after the blessing was given at the end of the. And I remember it distinctly because I knew the faces of all the cardinals, and so it was a.
Little did you know.
Little did I know. Little did I know. And then when there we see some of the cardinals there. There's Cardinal. I think that's Cardinal Wuerl, and we see, and then.
Cantalamessa,
and then.
O'Malley.
The cardinal non-electors.
Yeah, exactly. They're over 80,
and
so
there's
they're non-electors.
Sister Petrina, the head of the Governatorato now.
And that's Archbishop Fisichella as well, I think.
We see the secretary of the dicastery for communication there, Monsignor Lucio Ruiz, as well. Anyway.
Well, and so, Thaddeus, was it? I mean, obviously, it's very different being inside here, but the excitement is still pretty much the same, being on the braccio, the colonnade, and being
very
here.
Much so, because you're seeing things up close, and not only into the bells I was mentioning earlier that you hear very clearly and loudly, but then seeing from a unique angle, almost at below the level of the central loggia, but higher up from in the square. In 2013, then I remember I was down the street on the Conciliazione looking out the window at the crowds on Via della Conciliazione, and I could see the central loggia from which Pope Francis appeared then in 2013. So that was my other experience, per se, and a unique one at that. And now here in our studio here, right close to the action there.
Exactly.
It's a third privileged experience. And again, what's really... you really feel is the excitement of it, and the joy of having a new pope, but then also the expectation: who's it going to be?
Right.
And I remember with Pope Benedict, it was a bit the weather was a bit cloudy and cool then. I mean, this is a day of just brilliant sunshine, mild temps. Of course, we're in May, and so things warm up here quite a bit and pretty quickly.
When Pope Francis was elected, I was helping out at an English-speaking parish in Geneva in addition to my other work. And the pastor had asked me to give a talk to the parents of the First Communion children. And we got the news just as I was ready to start the talk. So I knew tonight I'm not going to get anything else done of this.
Wow. So you've gotten the announcement in different places all around the world.
Yes.
No, that's amazing. And every time just a tad different. And
we have joining us Father Paul Samasumo, who's from Zambia, and he's head of the English Africa section here at Vatican News and the Dicastery for Communication. Father Samasumo, good to have you here. Many of our listeners who listen to the liturgies will recognize your voice as well as you do the commentaries for the papal events. How's this experience for you now?
Thanks, TJ. Actually, I've been here all day, and then I went outside to meet someone. And you won't believe, I got blocked. I could hardly come in. I've been trying to come back for the last 10 minutes. But fortunately, the security forces allowed me when I showed my badge. And people are just running into the square. It's amazing. It's my first conclave. I've never... I came in just after Pope Francis had been elected.
Wow.
So this is quite an experience for you.
It is an experience for me as well, yeah.
Absolutely.
Amazing. Even just the moments leading up to this experience. I live in a house where some of the cardinals also were staying before they moved to Santa Marta. Of course, they had their own little tables, and sometimes we just provoke them. They had sought secrecy, of course, confidentiality, but it was so wonderful, and the dedication of them going to the congregations, the meetings, and even the non-electors, some of them live there permanently in our house. And we have some of the staff who have been helping. They had to also do the swearing in, so that they would be... some of them couldn't go because they have small children, and they wanted to stay next to their children. So it has been a great experience, even from that point of view.
Well, and also, since you're from Zambia, how do you think people in Africa, the African continent, are taking this moment? I mean, we have viewers, listeners from all around the world, but your experience in watching the conclave and being prepared for this Habemos Papam moment, what do you think is the atmosphere, the environment of people watching in Africa?
It's a great moment. I can tell you already I've received about 5 or 6 calls just within the space of 10 minutes as I was coming in.
Wow.
From some of my colleagues who are in the media. And I think the most, the call that I really enjoyed was from my uncle. Oh. My uncle is 82, and usually we talk to him through my aunt because he has a problem of hearing. But he's so excited, so everybody's following. They're following on various channels there, the national television stations, on radio and so forth. It's a great moment. And knowing Africa, they've always been fascinated by the popes. I remember even from a time when I was a young boy myself in catechism, we used to be taught the anthem, the papal anthem.
Really?
Yeah.
So that was very familiar for you to hear.
Not this one, but there's an old one that was translated in our languages.
Oh, wonderful! Translated in your language.
Yes, yeah.
In your language or languages?
Exactly.
And what are your languages, by the way? Just out of...
Well, I'm from Zambia, and Zambia has 72 languages.
Oh my goodness!
Of which 8 or so are the main ones that's widely spoken. English is the official language, so you can get by with that.
Fantastic. And I imagine people tune in even to our live streams, even if it's in Italian, Latin, or with your translation in English. I imagine it's a way to connect people. Tune in the same, even if they don't understand what's being said.
It is, and some directors of some of our Catholic radio stations. I'll give you an example. For in Kenya alone, there are about 11 Catholic radio stations.
Wow.
So they've been asking, what time is the smoke? Why are we having the smoke? Yeah.
Well, and it's really interesting now that we have you, Father Paul, in here, because as we heard from Father Bob, we had a message from Gaza, listening there, and then now you hearing messages from all over, and
exactly.
So it's the wide-reaching effect of this moment, and as the message or the theme that we've seen throughout our conversation has been universality, and how this is not just a moment for people here in Rome, and not just for Catholics, for people everywhere.
In fact, I'd like to thank people around the globe tuning into our live stream here. Maybe you're watching on a local or a national network, local Catholic radio, wherever you're listening. Thanks for joining us here. We're going to be providing you with all the information we can as we await this historic moment to find out who the new Pope is. And we'll know pretty soon. It's been about about a half hour or so since the
close to an hour.
An hour.
An hour? Okay.
It was around 6 o'clock
flies.
Rome
Okay,
time.
there you are.
It was 6:07 or something.
Something like
So
that.
any moment now there. And we see the crowds are coming in to the square, still streaming in, slowly but surely. On the sides there, you can see on the right side and then the left side after they've gone through the checks there, and then coming into the square. And they can all see things pretty well because there are these big television screens and good high-res ones too in the square and along the Conciliazione Avenue leading into the square. So many people, they can see just what we're seeing all together here. These same images and coverage. Sometimes there's some text message or some subtitling there and info for them, but they can get a good idea of what's happening even if they're not up close, thanks to the nice new technology we have out there.
Well, and I'm sure, as we all talked about before, and Father Paula, you would also, I'm sure, have experience with this, but using like the screens in the square, us doing this commentary, and you have to imagine that social media is blowing up with this moment, you know?
Oh, yes.
I mean, everyone that's in the square is live streaming, I'm sure, taking videos, taking pictures, and so the news is spreading even faster than it would have 10, 20, 30 years ago.
Exactly. Even just here in Rome, just the streets, the cafes. What I found interesting is, I'm sure you've seen the guys that sell trinkets and stuff.
Sure.
Some of them are from Senegal, or from Bangladesh, and so forth. And when the smoke came out, this guy asked me, "Do we have a pope?" And he said, "Do we have a pope?" I thought most of them are Muslims, but that kind of interest is really very touching. And I found very moving, to be honest. Yeah,
absolutely.
I have another story on that. When Pope John Paul II died, I told you I was on my way to Gambia, and I had to go through Senegal. So in Dakar, there was this long line that I was waiting to go in through immigration, and the guard pulled me out and said, the Pope has died. I said, yes, I know. So then he said, you come up to the front, and then he brought me to the official, and he said, you must have this father go through now because the Pope has died. And then he told me that he had a chapelet, a rosary from John Paul II because he was part of the police when John Paul II visited Dakar. Next morning, 5 o'clock, I'm back in the line because I have to then fly to Gambia. And again, he came, pulled me out of the line, got me through, is everything okay with you? It was really amazing. But you see, again, what the Pope means to so many people. And he told me he was Muslim, but, it was he was important religious leader.
Right, of course.
Again, I'm sure people around the world now are just tuning in, dropping in and out of this broadcast and other broadcasts to see what we're all waiting for with anticipation of who the new Pope is. And that should be very soon now. And we'll know, of course, not only from the video we have here, but then when the crowds let us know with their cheers and applause.
And it will be we'll all be trying to give you immediately the name of the cardinal, which has now become the Pope. And as I believe, TJ, you mentioned earlier, or no, Father Bob, you mentioned it will be in Latin. And so we'll all be brushing up on our Latin in between, now and then, so that we will have the name correctly. And then we'll also get to hear the name that the new Pope chooses to be
I
his
think
new...
the name is always also interesting because it kind of gives this vision of what he wants to do with the papacy. Probably not what he wants to do, but what he, what inspires him. And Father had an anecdote there. I also have one. And when Pope Francis chose the name Francis, one of the Jesuits in Zambia told me, we were so excited because we thought you were chosen Francis Xavier.
Yes. And actually, it was the next morning that Francis clarified that this was Francis of Assisi. So.
Yeah, it's true, because a lot of people were trying to guess and figure it out.
That's right. When he met with journalists, he explained the origin of the name that he took and why.
Well, and it's special, like you mentioned, Father Paul, right? So it usually drives an idea of what the focus might be for the pontificate, choosing this special name. And we had mentioned earlier, right, that the person, I think it was Liz that mentioned, the person becomes a new person in that sense. The Pope is a new man because he gets rid of the old name, takes on this new name, and he's no longer just cardinal whoever. He's the Pope of the Universal Church, the Pope that is the symbol of the Catholic Church around the world, not only because, he's known as the Pope, but also because of his white cassock that is widely recognizable.
we're seeing these camera shots. Those big television screens, people know when they're on camera, and so they have their moment of fame.
They're
a few seconds of fame, waving and greeting everyone there. So it's always kind of fun too. It brings a little involvement and participation for everyone.
And it's good that the authorities, I think they planned this very well. You have screens around the Vatican, so that reduces also the congestion. We have the new square, which has just been redone for the Jubilee year here. So there's another screen there, just outside this building. And people are just sitting out there. They are not rushing to go into the square because they can see. And maybe they even get a better shot from, a better view from the screen there. So there are a number of these large screens surrounding the area. And I think it was very good planning on that part.
Yeah, wonderful, in fact. And then even just the organization, I'm always impressed with the organization, crowd organization, how people are led into these areas to assure that they can get in. It might take a little time, but then also how everything has come off so well without a hitch.
Again, it was almost prophetic because so much of the reconfiguration of the square and Via della Conciliazione was done for the Jubilee, but it served very well for the funeral and now for the new Pope.
Yeah, the city has done all these works projects also to help traffic flow well through the area. And here we have,
it
looked like, let's see here, that was Cardinal Schönborn, was it?
Yes, and then
also
Cardinal, who was the head of the Christian Unity.
That's right,
Yes.
Okay.
And you can hear the helicopters. You
Yes.
can hear them in the square now.
Yeah.
So it's getting louder and more apparent that there's people from all over, and everyone's getting images of the square.
And I think the security forces trying to keep the peace, and I noticed also they blocked some of the roads leading to so that people are running across the roads, you know. So
you gotta keep them safe too.
You gotta keep them safe, right, Kelsey?
Well, and so one of our colleagues, Lisa Zangarini, she did a lot of research on why we have this tradition of changing the baptismal name of the cardinal into the name for the Pope. And it actually started way back,
it looks like there may be.
Yeah, 2,000 years ago to St. Peter, whose original name was Simon. And so it stems all the way from that. And it's a lineage that has been continuous since that time. And actually, what's interesting is that not all the popes have done this. Out of the 267 now, only 129 have actually chosen a new name, which I never realized.
It was much later before the new name, was put into practice.
There you go.
Yeah.
And that was John the 12th, Pope John the 12th, and only during that time, from 955 to today, it's only 2 other people that have not taken new names, which is interesting.
Very interesting, yes.
So we've gone from the smoke watch and warning now to the Pope Watch.
Yes, we are on
the
a
new
Pope
Watch here from the central balcony, and I think we're coming up on prime time here. I think soon we should be seeing the new Pope appear, and we're getting some zooming. Some close-ups here of the crowds there, and we saw some Vatican officials. In fact, before.
TJ, I just also wanted.
As well as the mayor of Rome is out there.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, Gualtieri. That's right. Before that, we saw, was it Cardinal Casper, right? Christian Unity, we saw.
That's right.
In the square there, Casper, and then.
I was going to say that it's been interesting also from the time the Holy Father Pope Francis died, how the liturgies have been moving and preparing the people.
Yes.
Even yesterday's Mass, just the prayers. We implore you, give us a shepherd pleasing to you, one who will lead us by example and lead us to the gospel truth. This is in the collect and in the closing prayers.
Yes.
So this conclave liturgy is also very elaborate and very moving and preparing the people. So it's not just like this is just a successor to Francis. This is actually, a transformation. This is going to be Peter now. who is going to be taking office.
That's right. Cardinal Ray said that in his homily, didn't he? You know?
He did.
He's been such a gift during this time too, Cardinal Ray.
Cardinal Ray's incredible.
92 years old, full of energy, and beautiful homilies, really inspiring us and helping us live through this whole ordeal. You know.
Very inspiring at 92 years.
Yes,
91,
92 years old. Yes,
Amazing.
Yeah, inspiration indeed, and then his energy, and also animated as well in delivering, giving his homilies as well with passion. So I'm always impressed. But so here we are. All right, we got this flag.
Someone is just asking me on the phone, do we have the name yet? No.
Yes,
we will learn with all of you.
We're all like everyone else.
It must be hard for those cardinals out there now, because I'm sure they're not allowed to tell us.
Exactly.
But,
That's true. Yeah.
Wow.
Mom's the word.
Mom is the word. And we're just waiting for the appearance. Pope Watch is on high alert.
That's right. It could be turned into. It will be a warning soon.
It will be.
Okay. So.
Yeah.
All right. So even some quiet among the crowds now, as this anticipation is
building,
sinking in and building.
Because I think what they will do as soon as the square is full, they don't let any more people inside to prevent a stampede.
That makes sense, yeah.
It makes a lot of sense.
Again, like you were saying, the safety.
Yeah.
Safety is a big priority, even though it's exciting. And you see even small children getting excited for this moment on our screen. So from the youngest to the oldest.
Fun for them, fun for us.
Exactly.
Too, you know?
It's as fun for all ages.
Indeed.
And even the Vatican flag.
Vatican flag. And we're lucky the sun's gone down behind, it looks like behind the Basilica now, so you won't have the sun blinding you as you look at the central balcony, the loggia there.
So a bit of anxiety yesterday, when the smoke wasn't coming, and say, what's happening? Why is it taking that long, and so forth. But you could understand. I think, as has been explained, there's so much to do.
Sure.
There was the juramento, there was
the homily of Cardinal Cantalamessa as well.
Then and then there was also the Vespers as well. So I think it was understandable. But you could also understand also the anxiety and the joy and the excitement surrounding all this.
Sure.
Yeah.
Of course.
And then the first time going through the whole process of the voting process, whereas, by the time this morning came around, it was all, it wasn't anything new. They're going in there to vote.
Right.
And, before prayer, of course. And
I mean, a lot of these flags that we're seeing on the screen as we wait for the Pope, it reminds me a lot of World Youth Day, the same kind of excitement, the same kind of building. You see young people from all over. It's a really beautiful image, and I think is, again, just a sign of the youthfulness of the Church. We talk a lot about the future of the Church, which begins with this new Pope, but the young people that are also present at this moment to see the historic aspect of this. It's really beautiful.
And we see the internationality, the universality of the Catholic Church. It's a global reality, and we see that in the crowds there in the square.
And this we also saw during the funeral of Pope Francis. So many people.
Okay, there's movement. Okay.
Yes, there is movement.
Here we go.
The white curtains there behind the glass door. Now the doors are being opened.
We see first.
Here we are.
Yes. Cardinal Mamberti.
The Cardinal Protodeacon.
Cardinal Dominique Mamberti.
And he's smiling.
He's smiling. He will give us the announcement. Here we are.
Suspense.
Annuncio vobis gaudium magnum. Habemus papam. Eminentissimum, ac reverendissimum Dominum, Dominum Robertum Franciscum, Sancte Romane Ecclesiae, Cardinalem Prevost, qui sibi nomen imposuit Leonem decimum quartum.
So the Pope is Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost, who's taken the name of Leo XIV, Pope Leo XIV. Cardinal Prevost is an American, and he spent most of his ministry in Latin America, in Peru, and also in Paraguay. And he's an Augustinian father. He was the provincial in Latin America, and then became the Bishop of Chiclayo in Peru. And he then is also, he became the Superior General of the Augustinian Fathers as well. He's now he's been the prefect of the dicastery for bishops.
We see the cardinal electors there appearing on the balcony there as well, with this joy and their smiles on their face.
A great joy indeed, and well, it wasn't one of those papadulas, so to say. What a great joy.
It's a wonderful joy, and he's from Chicago,
Yes.
Illinois.
Chicago.
Okay,
An American.
An American.
Yes.
And
an American. I think that's a historic moment.
For
It
sure.
is truly, truly historic.
And you can see all the cardinals on the different
Yes,
balconies
on the
there. For
different
our radio
balconies.
listeners, you may not be able to see this, of course, but they're appearing on all the balconies to the left and right of the central balcony there. All of them clearly standing out with their red vestments and smiles, and
waiting to again for all of us to greet this new pope as
To
well,
greet the new Pope.
which now we know his name.
Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost, Augustinian,
Amazing.
and has served as prefect of the dicastery for bishops. A native of Chicago, Illinois, in the United States.
Wow. And so, as we said before, you saw all the flags and everything out in the
Yes.
square, and now all the Americans are holding their flags.
Can
Indeed.
imagine, yeah.
It's a historic
and
moment.
the
Who would have
Peruvians
imagined?
too, I'm
Yeah.
sure. Because he
It's-
spent
that's
most of his ministry in Peru.
Yeah, and that's a
Yes.
special thing, So he has a
This
connection with
missionary
multiple.
experience
Exactly.
and this
Yes.
Exactly.
continuation of evangelization
Mhm.
mission of the church.
The priority, yeah. So you can see still they're like little pockets of red where all the
Yes.
cardinals are standing on the
Yeah.
balconies.
And from our Vati drone footage, and seeing it from above there, it's a unique view, perched above in front of the facade and looking down at them as they're on the balconies there, awaiting now as the new pope, as we mentioned there, Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost, and Pope Leo
14.
the 14th.
Yes.
Pope Leo the
Pope
fourth-
Leo
Yes.
the 14th.
the 14th.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, his Leo XIII was the great social reforming pope for us.
He was
so,
a great social reformer.
Yeah, and he died in 1903, so still fairly recent in the
Yes,
grand scheme of
yes.
Was
things.
Pope Leo the one with Rerum Novarum?
Yes, exactly.
There you go,
And
good
then-
memory.
yes.
From my seminary days.
And then his successors wrote other encyclicals every 40 years afterwards.
So he started like a
on the
trend.
social, yes, and it's really one of the constitutions of Catholic social ministry and
And
Catholic
probably I
social
would say
doctrine.
a pope needed for our times with all the social challenges the world
Yes,
has
yes.
today.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And he's, relatively young, 69 years old, born on
Yes.
the 14th of September, 1955, as we mentioned, in Chicago, Illinois. And so 69.
Mm-hmm. Well, and Father Paul, as you were just saying, I agree. And maybe Father Bob, you can really stress this point because you work in social work
dicastery
humanitarian.
for
Exactly.
Integral human
And so
development.
this
yes.
is an important aspect
Yes.
of the church.
Yes.
The
yes.
Catholic social, the
Yes.
Catholic,
Mhm.
Catholic social teaching, I
Yes.
think, is important,
Very.
and it's often called the untold story of the church,
Mhm.
Yes.
or perhaps the hidden secret of the church, and it has so much, and
Yes.
there's a lot of development.
And was one of the needs discussed by the cardinals during their congregations
Exactly.
this last week too. So.
Exactly.
Oh, there we see the
There's the American flag.
There's the US flag there. People are thrilled about this.
Yeah, you know, and there's quite a number of American students.
Yes.
Dr. O'Donnell was here, and he was going to be in the square with his American students. So you can imagine them
What a
cheering.
treat.
Yes.
That will be a treat for them, indeed. Yes.
I can imagine the scene. The house I live behind is the Basilica of St. Augustine, where we have also the tomb of St. Monica.
Yes.
There.
Yes.
So it must be
Beautiful
a great day
church,
for all the Augustinians there.
Yes.
Yeah, very special day.
Yes.
Indeed, he. Looking at his biography in going back to more recent history, 1999, he was elected the provincial prior of the Mother of Good Counsel province in Chicago of the Augustinians, and after 2.5 years, the ordinary general chapter elected him prior general of the order of the OSAs. Ministry again entrusted to him in 2007 at their ordinary general chapter. And reading here, in October 2013, he returned to his province of Chicago to serve as teacher of the professed and provincial. He served as, and then let's see his roles there. And 3rd of November 2014, when Pope Francis appointed him apostolic administrator of the Diocese of Chiclayo in Peru, where he served many years, and he was made a bishop there, and served there for many years. And then in March 2018, he became second vice president of the Peruvian Episcopal Conference, so working as a missionary there, a missionary bishop as well in Peru. Here we're seeing these beautiful shots of the Vati drone there,
Yes.
of at the same level almost of those balconies, and all the cardinals kind of crowded in those balconies.
And they look like they have the same anticipation that we do.
Exactly. Exactly. Any moment now, Pope Leo XIV will be appearing.
Pope Leo XIV.
Will be appearing from that balcony.
Pope Leo XIV.
Looking again at his predecessor, the person he took the name from before, Leo the 13th, Pope Leo XIII had the third longest papacy, verified papacy that we know of, behind Peter, the apostle, and then John Paul II. So one from way back in church history and one from our very recent history.
Long live the Pope.
Exactly. No, and even on the screens now you can see a lot of people climbing up on the what are they? The lampposts in St. Peter's Square.
Anything to
craning,
get a better view.
yes, just trying to get a good view of the new Pope.
And there we have the cardinals. These are the cardinal electors, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. The ones that helped make this decision.
Yes.
Which, since we had 133 cardinal electors, then we had to have a majority of 89 cardinal electors to vote for cardinal.
I found intriguing the fact that the voting takes place in the Sistine Chapel, where you have the last judgment.
Right.
So whatever you do, whatever you decide, that's between you and the Lord.
Yes.
Because the weight of the responsibility is so great. So very fitting, very telling, eh?
Right. Well, and before you came in, Father Paul, Dr. Lislev was talking about the Pauline Chapel, and that's where the new Pope, now Pope Leo the 14th, when he will walk down this hallway in the chapel, and at the end of the chapel is an image of Peter crucified upside down, but the artist turned his head so that when the new Pope is walking down the hallway, Peter's eyes are following him.
There we are.
Pope Leo XIV is now
Pope
appearing,
Leo XIV.
coming to the central loggia of the Basilica.
Very special moment.
Very special moment.
And
here he is.
There he is, Cardinal.
And the applause going up, the greeting, the waving.
Big
the
smiles. How amazing.
How amazing.
And Dr. Lislev was also talking about the symbolism of the red that he's wearing. It is a sacrificial role, and that is the symbol of the cloth that he's wearing right now.
And we see this beautiful close-up view from the side there at the same level as the loggia. Pope Leo XIV.
Pope Leo XIV.
Amazing. Smiling.
A smiling
And
Pope, yes.
you can see who wouldn't be taken by the moment. And
I think going
overcome
through
with
his
emotion.
mind, you know, the weight of
Yeah.
this responsibility.
Oh, yeah. You can see it on his face.
You can
Oh,
see it on his
absolutely.
face.
Amazing.
After this, you're never the same person.
No.
And we're hearing the bands below, the mutual salute of the anthems, the hymns, Vatican hymn and the Italian national anthem, as we do traditionally at the Easter and Christmas, as we've mentioned.
And after this, now Pope Leo XIV, he will give a greeting and impart his first apostolic blessing, the Urbi et Orbi, to the city and to the whole world.
So that blessing extends to everyone who is watching, everyone who is listening, your family, wherever you are. It's a great moment to prepare ourselves for this first blessing.
This most solemn blessing, you can just feel and see the emotion on his face.
Yeah.
And the crowds that are gathered in St. Peter's Square, still arriving, we're being told, from the avenues surrounding the Vatican there, the streets and the...
So just getting messages here. Congratulations. God bless the Pope. And you can hear the chanting from the square.
Long live the Pope. Viva il
Yeah.
Papa. Viva il Papa.
Viva el Papa.
And we're all silent now, awaiting his first words.
La pace sia con tutti voi. Fratelli, sorelle carissimi, questo è il primo saluto del Cristo risorto, il buon pastore che ha dato la vita per il gregge di Dio. Anch'io vorrei che questo saluto di pace entrasse nel vostro cuore, raggiungesse le vostre famiglie, a tutte le persone, ovunque siano, a tutti i popoli, a tutta la terra. La pace sia con voi.
We're just hearing the first words of Pope Leo XIV. As he continues, we'll provide a summary here in just a moment as we listen to his words. He's asked everyone to, brothers,
Questa è la pace di Cristo risorto.
this is the peace
Una
of the risen
pace
Christ,
disarmata e una pace disarmante,
a peace
umile
that is
e
disarming and
perseverante.
humble and persevering.
Proviene da Dio,
It comes from
Dio
God,
che ci ama a tutti,
God who loves all of us
incondizionalmente.
without any limits and conditions.
Ancora conserviamo nei nostri orecchi
And
quella voce debole ma sempre
we still have
coraggiosa
the
di
sound in our
Papa
ears of that,
Francesco,
the weak
che
voice of Pope
benediva
Francis,
Roma.
who was blessing Rome here. We have that fresh in our minds, in our hearts, in our ears, hearing his
Il
voice,
Papa che benediva Roma,
the Pope who was
dava
blessing
la sua
Rome,
benedizione al mondo, al
giving
mondo
his blessing
intero,
to the world
quella mattina del giorno di
on
Pasqua.
that morning, on that day of Easter Sunday.
Consentitemi di dar seguito a quella stessa benedizione.
Allow me to continue
Dio
that
ci vuole
same
bene.
blessing.
Dio vi ama tutti.
God loves
E il
everyone.
male non prevarrà.
Evil will not
Siamo
prevail.
tutti nelle mani di
We are all
Dio.
in the hands of God.
Pertanto, senza paura,
So without fear,
uniti,
united,
mano nella mano con Dio
hand in
e tra
hand,
di noi.
with God and among
Andiamo
ourselves.
avanti.
We go forward.
Siamo discepoli di Cristo.
We are disciples of Christ.
Cristo ci precede.
Christ goes before us.
Il mondo ha bisogno della sua luce.
The world needs his light.
L'umanità necessita di Lui come
Humanity
il ponte
needs
per
him.
essere raggiunta da Dio e dal suo amore.
But as the bridge between God and his love.
Aiutateci anche voi, poi gli uni gli altri, a costruire i ponti
May we all
con il
build
dialogo, con
bridges
l'incontro,
with dialogue and
unendoci
encounter,
tutti per essere un solo
so that we can
popolo,
all be
sempre in pace.
one people, all in peace.
Grazie a Papa Francesco.
Thank you, Pope Francis, for all you've done. We're hearing the first words here of Pope Leo XIV, just elected Pope.
Voglio ringraziare anche tutti i confratelli cardinali
I'd like to also
che
thank my
hanno
brother cardinals
scelto me
who chose
per essere
me to
successore di
be
Pietro
the successor
e
of Peter
camminare insieme a voi
and to
come Chiesa
walk
unita,
along with you,
cercando sempre la pace, la giustizia,
searching all together
cercando
for peace and
sempre
justice,
lavorare come uomini
and
e
working
donne
together,
fedeli a Gesù Cristo,
men and women faithful
senza
to Christ,
paura,
without
per
fear,
proclamare
to
il Vangelo,
to proclaim the
per
gospel,
essere missionari.
to be missionaries. Pope Leo offering these initial words, which we're just
Sono
translating on the fly here.
Un figlio di Sant'Agostino,
I'm a son of Saint
Agostiniano.
Augustine, and I'm an Augustinian
che ha detto: con voi sono cristiano
who
e
said,
per voi vescovo.
with
In
you I am a
questo
Christian,
senso
and for you
possiamo
I am a bishop.
tutti camminare
So
insieme
may we all
verso quella
walk
patria
together towards that,
la quale Dio ci ha preparato.
to the place where that God has prepared for us. May we walk
Alla
together, accompany each
Chiesa
other. To the Church
Di Roma,
of Rome,
un saluto speciale.
a special greeting. As Bishop of Rome, of course, a special greeting.
Dobbiamo cercare insieme come essere una
We've gotta
chiesa missionaria.
Look at how we can together be
Una
a missionary
chiesa che
church,
costruisce i ponti,
a church
di
that builds
dialogo,
bridges,
sempre aperta a ricevere,
that
come
is,
questa
that is always
piazza con
open
le braccia
to
aperte
receive
a tutti,
everyone,
tutti coloro
just
che
like
hanno
in this
bisogno
square, to receive
della
everyone,
nostra carità,
to welcome
la nostra
everyone,
presenza,
our
il
charity,
dialogo, l'amore.
our dialogue and love.
Y se me permiten también una palabra, un saludo
And now, a greeting in Spanish. Please allow me here
a
to
todos aquellos, y en modo particular a mi querida diócesis de Chiclayo en el Perú.
So to all of you, but especially to the people of my diocese of Chiclayo in Peru,
Donde un pueblo fiel ha acompañado a su obispo, ha compartido su fe y ha dado tanto para
where we
seguir
had such faithful
siendo
people
iglesia
accompanying
fiel de
the bishop,
Jesucristo.
and we had such faithful
A
people
tutti voi,
helping the
fratelli e
bishop.
sorelle di Roma, d'Italia, di tutto il mondo,
To all of you,
vogliamo essere
the
una
people of
chiesa
Rome and of Italy,
sinodale, una chiesa che cammina, una chiesa che
we need
cerca
to be
sempre
a
la
synodal
pace,
church, a
cerca
church that's a
sempre la
pilgrim,
carità, cerca
that
sempre di
shows
essere
charity
vicino
always,
specialmente a coloro che soffrono.
and especially is charitable to those who are suffering.
Oggi
Today,
il giorno della supplica alla Madonna di Pompei.
today is the day of praying to the
Nostra
Madonna
Madre
of
Maria
Pompeii.
vuole sempre camminare con noi, stare vicino,
Our Blessed Mother Mary
aiutarci
always
con
wants
la
to be
sua
close to
intercessione e il
us.
suo amore.
She always
Allora
wants
vorrei
to
pregare
intercede for
insieme a
us
voi.
through her love.
Preghiamo insieme
So
per questa nuova missione,
let us pray
però
together
per
for this
tutta
new
la
mission,
Chiesa, per
for
la pace
all of the
nel
church,
mondo.
for peace in the
Chiediamo
world,
questa grazia speciale,
that she will
Maria,
help us get
nostra
give us
madre.
a special grace, our mother.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia,
Hail Mary,
il
full of
Signore è con
grace,
te.
the Lord is with
Tu
you.
sei benedetta fra le donne,
You are blessed
e
among women,
benedetto è il frutto del
and
tuo
blessed
seno,
is the
Gesù.
fruit of your womb, Jesus.
Santa Maria,
Holy
Madre
Mary,
di Dio,
Mother of God,
prega per noi peccatori,
pray for us sinners,
adesso e nell'ora della
now and at the
nostra
end hour of our
morte.
death.
Amen.
Amen.
Pope Leo XIV there.
Pope Leo XIV, very interesting. A few themes coming out already there from his first piece, talking about peace.
Indeed, saying a greeting of peace. May my greeting of peace enter into your hearts and reach your families. All people, wherever you are, all peoples of the entire planet.
Right.
May peace be with you. God's
Okay.
peace be with you, he said. And here we see him in his, after having given that opening and beautiful words.
Continuing
to all.
also the message of Pope Francis, where he even said in Spanish and Italian, tutti,
Il
tutti, tutti,
Santo
todos.
Padre Leone, a tutti i fedeli presenti
And so
And
Pope
the
e
Holy
a
Father
quelli
Pope
che
Leo, and
ricevono la
to
sua
all people
benedizione
and
a
in
mezzo
the
della
square and
radio,
all
della
receiving
televisione e
or
delle
hearing
altre
this
tecnologie di
through new technology,
comunicazione,
online, everywhere,
concede l'indulgenza plenaria
offers his,
della forma
the
stabilita dalla
plenary
Chiesa.
indulgence in the formula established by the
Preghiamo
Church.
Dio
We pray
Onnipotente
to Almighty God
perché conservi a lungo
that-
il Papa
that
a
he
guida
may
della
keep the
Chiesa
Pope
e conceda
and
pace e
protect
unità
him
alla Chiesa in
and guide the
tutto il
Church
mondo.
and the entire world. Now he'll give this most solemn blessing to the entire world, to all of you joining us.
to everyone.
So we now prepare ourselves to receive this solemn blessing wherever we are, at home, in your car, at work, wherever you are.
Sancti Apostoli Petrus et Paulus, de quorum potestate et auctoritate confidimus,
So
ipsi intercedant pro nobis ad Dominum.
the holy apostles Peter
Amen.
and Paul,
Precibus et meritis Beate Mariae semper Virginis,
and we
Beati
also
Michaelis
pray to the
Arcangeli,
Blessed Mary,
Beati Ioannis Baptiste, et
To
Sanctorum Apostolorum
Saint
Petri et Pauli et omnium Sanctorum, misereatur vestri omnipotens Deus, et dimissis omnibus peccatis vestris, perducat vos Iesus Christus ad vitam aeternam. Indulgentiam, absolutionem et remissionem omnium peccatorum vestrorum, spatium vere et fructuose penitentiae, cor semper penitens, et emendationem vitae, gratiam et consolationem Sancti Spiritus, et finalem perseverantiam in bonis operibus tribuat vobis omnipotens et misericors Dominus. Amen. Et benedictio Dei omnipotentis, Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti descendat super vos et maniat semper.
And we just heard the blessing there, received the blessing there of Pope Leo XIV, and to the world, to the city, this most solemn blessing to all of us and all of you listening and watching out there.
What is interesting, he is smiling, and I found very touching the fact that he made reference to his former diocese in Peru and spoke to them in Spanish. Very, very touching moment, and how they are thanking them for how they accompanied him. And so from this moment, I think we all accompany the new Holy Father with our prayers and support.
And once again, he asked, just like Pope Francis did before, he asked for continued prayers. You know, this is a heavy task, as we all noted before, and he continues to ask all of us for prayers and also for the intercession of Our Lady on this special feast day.
and he asked us especially to be bridge builders, as he is, Pontifex, a bridge builder as well, but that we should all be building bridges, both here in the Diocese of Rome, in Italy, and throughout the world, and that we should build that on fraternity and on solidarity and on dialogue. So many times Pope Francis told us the same. There have been false debates, I think, in leading up to this about unity and diversity and things, but he's made it clear that he's looking for us to be united, but also to be the bridge builders and to bring about peace in the world through our bridge building.
We're seeing this stunning footage, or this video of our Vati drone there going close to the balcony and seeing, I think for the first time, unique images like this up close of the new Pope.
And there's about 100,000 people we're getting in this square right now who are seeing Pope Leo XIV for the first time.
There's Sister Norma Pimentel from the border of Texas and Mexico that Pope Francis, she spoke to him when he was there.
That's amazing, all the people who are appearing in the square now and the connections they had present and past. Again, quite a novelty, an American Pope.
Right.
And here he is waving, and again, once again, you can see the emotion and sense of responsibility, the weight
of the office.
Well, and this is a beautiful view, seeing from inside the loggia, looking out what he would see as he waves to the crowds.
It's a very interesting place there, TJ. I don't know if you remember, we used to do the commentaries from that place.
Indeed, commentary positions behind, off to the side of that big hall of blessings, and after those blessings, we would greet the Pope as well, briefly afterward, on Easter or at Christmas. And well, that's our historic moment. The warning is over. We have a new Pope.
The warning is over.
Okay.
And you know, Monsignor Vittorio, you were telling us here about, you were translating the prayer.
Yes.
This is the prayer
Yes.
that is read, the blessing, I'm sorry.
The Urbi et Orbi.
The Urbi et Orbi.
Do you want to
Yeah,
read
why
it
not?
now?
Sure.
So, may the holy apostles Peter and Paul, in whose power and authority we trust, intercede before the Lord. Through the prayers and merits of Blessed Mary, ever Virgin, St. Michael the Archangel, St. John the Baptist, the holy apostles Peter and Paul, all the saints, may Almighty God have mercy on you and forgive you all your sins, and may Jesus Christ bring you to everlasting life. And then he speaks about the indulgence and the absolution and remission of sins, and then he also gives the blessing. I'm not entitled to give the Urbi et Orbi blessing, but we heard it from him.
But again, it's the most solemn blessing that he gives and imparts. And again, in his words, he offered greetings of peace to everyone everywhere, and stressed that he wishes to be a builder of peace in his ministry, and to that we can all be part of that in our own efforts and in what we do.
And 2 or 3 times mentioning the word missionary, I think probably also echoing his own experience as a missionary, a bishop, and now a pope. I found also that very touching, this openness to the world. And he's someone who is coming from the outside. He has been in the Korea, and now, so he has both worlds. And this is very interesting and quite assuring, I think, for the church.
Well, and he comes from the Americas, so while he is an American by birth, being born in Chicago, he has connections to Peru, and so I think it's a beautiful continuity, between the two, the Americas right there. And as we see on the Vati drone, we're getting a good image of the apostles lined up on St. Peter's, the facade there, and you still see the massive crowds that have gathered, over at least 100,000 people, both in the piazza right there and beyond, past Via Conciliazione and our office even.
Indeed. And then again, that embrace of the 2 colonnades is just unique. It has a warm feeling to it of welcoming and embracing those present there in the crowds. Now we're going to try and go back down on to the square there to our own Joseph Tulloch,
our
in the
roving
square.
Journalist,
our roving reporter. We're trying to connect with him. Again, it happens that the cell coverage there gets pretty saturated, even if it's pretty extensive. So we're waiting to link up with him to get some direct feedback from him.
But while we wait for that, as you were just mentioning, TJ, about the arms of the colonnade, and that ties in perfectly with what Pope Leo XIV was talking about also in his Urbi et Orbi, the blessing and the greeting, where he speaks about we need to be welcoming to all people, tutti, 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 todos, 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 and so it continues. I mean, you get that welcoming embrace from the square, but then also from our new Pope, which is a continuity also from the late Pope Francis, who initiated that, with his famous line, todos, todos, todos.
Exactly. Everyone is welcome.
It was interesting that he said, for you, I'm a bishop. With you, I'm a Christian.
Yes. That was really beautiful.
A quotation from St. Augustine, I think, yeah?
Well, and it's true. It's a nice, it's a good way to identify himself, that we're all Christians, but he's also a shepherd when he was a bishop, but then now as the Bishop of Rome and the head of the Catholic Church.
Again, embracing everyone, inviting everyone, basically underscoring the unity that brings us together, both Christians, non-Christians, everyone.
And it means, TJ, we are going to see that unity you're talking about in the synodality, because he did refer to synodality as well.
He did, and that word meaning talking to hearing everyone's opinion and dialoguing together, listening to one another. That's what, in sense, the basics of synodality in terms of listening to one another and seeing where we can talk about things and come to understand one another and where we're coming from and maybe the best way to go forward together. And we're going to be on, just to let you all know, we're going to be on the air here for a little while longer, at least another probably about an hour here, to provide more updates on what's happening and trying and to connect to St. Peter's Square there with our own Joseph Tulloch. We're trying to get through there, and once we get through, we're going to chat with them and get some a sense of what it's like out there. I mean, the crowds are still there, although the square is slowly starting to empty now. And we're seeing the bands there that just performed earlier leaving. And again, an incredible moment. It's amazing to have a pope from North America, from the United States, and but one who's also lived and worked internationally, as we mentioned, Peru, and then here at the Vatican. In fact, his Italian is very fluent. We're going to take a little break here, little musical interval, and we're going to come back.
I'll be right back.
Just shortly here. So stay tuned.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Al Castillo. I'm with the Communications Office of the Archdiocese of Chicago. We have two people that will be speaking this afternoon. One is Bishop Larry Sullivan, who is the Vicar General of the Archdiocese of Chicago, followed by Father Greg Sakowitz, who is the Rector of Holy Name Cathedral. They will give some brief statements and take questions afterwards. Sure, I'll have them do that for you. Bishop Laura.
It's working for the cameras, but there's no speaker, I guess, right? Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Bishop Larry Sullivan. I'm currently serving as the Vicar General of the Archdiocese of Chicago. That's Larry, L-A-R-R-Y, Sullivan, S-U-L-L-I-V-A-N. I do want to just say what an exciting day this is for all of us, having Pope Leo XIV elected as the Holy Father. It's a day of great excitement for the Church. Additionally, it's a day of great excitement for Chicago, for the United States to have one of our own be elected as the Pope to serve as the Holy Father. Really is a cause of great joy, great excitement. I do believe that Pope Leo XIV is going to serve with obviously great faith. He's a very humble, a very kind person, and someone who really does look to the Lord for guidance in all that he does. He's a very prayerful and spiritual man, and he's going to take that sense of God's love and do all that he can to care for all of God's children, to care for all of us. So I have not personally worked with him, but I do know people who have worked with him. He's as an Augustinian. There's a large Augustinian community here in the Chicagoland area, and they all speak so incredibly highly of him. He's just a really wonderful, wonderful man who is guided by a sense of God's love. So we have no inside information whatsoever. You've heard this quoted time and time again. The cardinal who walks into the conclave as a pope walks out a cardinal. So there's all kind of speculation. He certainly, as a cardinal, was eligible to be elected, but it's a surprise in the sense that nobody really knows how the Holy Spirit is going to move among the cardinals in the conclave. They don't walk in with a set plan or a set agenda. They go in with a spirit of prayer, seeking the guidance of the Holy Spirit, and therefore it's a surprise in that sense. Certainly. So the Augustinian community is based upon St. Augustine, and the Augustinians live in community, and they have wonderful institutions of education, both higher and lower education. So run high schools, universities. Villanova is certainly the most prominent of those universities. They serve as pastors of parishes. They really take care of the people of God in a wide variety of ways with a special devotion to St. Augustine, that rule in which they're called to live their lives. They come together to pray. They share meals together. There's that Augustinian spirituality that they bring. There's any number of religious orders, and then Father Greg and I are both secular priests, so I was ordained for the Archdiocese of Chicago and then named a bishop by Pope Francis. The Augustinians are ordained into a community, not into a specific location. So that's kind of like the biggest difference. So honestly, the most important thing is that a successor of St. Peter has been elected. So no matter who that person was going to be a source of great joy and a source of great happiness for us. One of the things that we believe strongly is that we are children of God first and foremost. And so while there's a sense that we're proud he's from Chicago, we're proud that this is the first Pope from the United States of America, of course that's a sense of pride. But Pope Leo XIV is first and foremost a child of God, and that means he is here to serve all of God's people. We also know that Pope Leo XIV served for many years in Peru, and so he has a real hands-on knowledge of what it means to serve the poor and to help those who are in need. So while there's a sense of pride, it really is secondary to the fact that a successor of St. Peter has been elected and is now going to serve as our spiritual leader as the vicar for Christ here on earth. Once again, I would believe that any one who is elected would strengthen the church in America, strengthen the church in Chicago. That is the role of the shepherd. So whoever it was going to be was going to make us stronger. Given that, I would say that he brings a wide variety of perspectives. He brings what it means to have been born in Chicago, what it means to have been educated here in the United States, what it means to serve in Peru. As the head of Congregation of Bishops, he was very, very familiar with the worldwide church. And so he brings in many, many areas of expertise and many, many experiences. And of course, being born and raised in Chicago is one of those experiences that he brings. And so obviously that's a special connection. Yeah, so to be honest with you, I haven't had the opportunity to talk to anybody who knew him since the election was announced, but I had had a lot of conversations beforehand. I have been hearing wonderful stories about Cardinal Prevost long before there was any consideration that he might have been elected as the Pope. So I certainly know of him through a lot of stories, and all of those stories are that he is a kind, caring, faithful, spiritual man who has done everything in his power to serve the Lord and to serve God's people. So I haven't talked to any of my friends who are Augustinians yet. I am looking forward to those conversations. But again, everything I've heard about him prior to this has always been just extraordinarily kind and nice things about him and great leadership abilities. So I have not spoken to Cardinal Suffage yet. When the cardinals go into conclave, there is a complete media blackout, so they are not able to receive any communication whatsoever. I was at our pastoral center, kind of like our headquarters, and we were all watching it together on big screen television. So all the different departments, everybody came down together as a sense of great excitement and building up, and there's just been so much talk about this, a sense of great energy. And then when we were slowly figuring out that we knew him, there's always a time delay with the media reports, like, depending upon your internet speed and that. So it actually had kind of broken first by someone's phone before we had all watched it together, and so it was just kind of like this building momentum. So the Cardinal has spent a great deal of time communicating with us in direct regards to the needs of the Archdiocese. And so he is very, very much in tune to what is happening here. I know that he worked very closely with Pope Francis. He did not specifically say that these are the things that he was looking for. I would say that he entered into the conclave completely open to the movement of the Holy Spirit. I would say that he did not go in with an agenda, but he did go in telling us to make sure that we keep moving in the right direction. He was very concerned about us here. He loves the Church of Chicago. He wants the best of Church of Chicago, and he was putting us hard at work. When I say the right direction, we're moving in a direction. So he has a mission, he's got a plan, he has a vision, which all leaders do. And he wanted to make sure that just because he was going to be in Rome, that we were not going to continue the good works that we're already doing. So when you say what the mission is, it's all things that we've been working on, building up a sense of parish vitality, working on towards making sure that everybody can have an opportunity to have a personal relationship with the Lord. That is Cardinal Supich's number one priority, that we help people enter into a relationship with Jesus Christ.
Most people aren't Catholic, most people aren't Christian. What do you want the world and not just the Pope needs to know about who the Pope is and what he can do for them?
So I really do believe that the popes do serve as a wonderful example of what it means to be kind, compassionate, caring people. And so people who are not Catholic, people who are not Christian, people of all denominations, I think, can look to the Holy Father as someone who really serves as an example of what it means to care for those who might seem forgotten. And just like we look to other spiritual leaders and we look to their example of what it means to be a people of dignity and respect, making sure that everyone receives the dignity and respect that God will want for all of his children. So I am a lifelong Catholic. We will be celebrating Mother's Day this weekend. I recognize that my faith came first and foremost from my parents, from my mom and my dad and my family. I also believe that my experience at grammar school helped to form my faith, and I believe that the experiences that I've had here in Chicago have helped me understand the importance of living a life of faith. And I would suspect that whether you're from Chicago or not, that's the experience that Pope Leo XIV will be bringing with him, a real sense of faith being a priority, faith being at the center of the way we live our lives. And I think that that's something he understands extraordinarily well. I would say that part of the Chicago spirit is that we journey together. I think if I look at my own experience, my faith has not lived in a silo. It's not lived in a vacuum. I would say the Chicago way is that we come together, we share our faith, we tell stories about our faith, we are traveling together. While none of us are perfect, we're on the road together. And I would say, from my perspective, that's what I've learned in Chicago. I suspect that would be true of wherever you've grown up. But that's my understanding as a lifelong Chicagoan. So I think it's very important that the Pope does speak up for the voiceless. I think it's important for the Pope to speak up for those who cannot speak up for themselves. And I think that Pope Francis was certainly someone who cared for those who were living on the fringes, who could easily be forgotten. And I strongly suspect that Pope Leo XIV will do the same thing. He will give voice to the voiceless. And I think that really is our responsibility. So I would certainly say that we all bring our own gifts and our own talents and our own strengths. And I think that all of the popes do serve the same purpose, and that is to help bring people to Christ, to be a voice for the voiceless, to stand up for human dignity and respect. How exactly that is going to get played out, I don't know. Pope Leo XIV is not a successor of Pope Francis. He's a successor of St. Peter. So in whatever way that he feels he can best be that vicar for Christ is what he's going to do. It's not quite like political candidates where you're kind of following in a platform or an agenda. The platform is the same. The emphasis that you put on that may vary, and I just know that he is a very, very kind, caring, spiritual person, and I've heard that from people who really do know him. So however he uses those gifts to convey that, I think only time will tell. I certainly think that that's a part of who we are. I think oftentimes people look at synodality as like a consensus, it's a vote. Synodality is really about us sharing our stories. It's not about counting numbers, so we're going to go in direction A as opposed to B. Synodality is about everyone recognizing the presence of the Holy Spirit in their life and how they feel God is leading them. It's not about building factions or camps or get one way over another. That's really not what synodality is about, and so it is confusing.
Yeah.
So I would say, once again, the Pope Leo XIV is a child of God first and foremost. I would say that he is going to live that out in very predictable ways, standing up. In terms of nationalism, obviously, the Pope is the spiritual leader of 1.2 billion people. He's going to be speaking for them. And the people of God are not confined to national boundaries. He is not an American at this point. He's a child of God. And that's the way that he's going to lead, taking all people into consideration. Yeah, I would just like to say that no one lives in that silo or vacuum that I talked about. Everyone has been formed by women in their life. So yes, only men were electing the Pope, but they were bringing all of their life experiences. And I mentioned earlier, a great part of my faith story is my mom and my dad. And as we celebrate Mother's Day, it's a day to recognize the influence that our mothers have in our lives. So even though they're all men, they're not just bringing that one perspective, they're bringing all of their experiences into that election. And there has been wonderful leadership on behalf of women in the church. And I know that we are certainly guided by that wonderful influence. I myself have been influenced by wonderful people in my life, and the opinions I have formed are a result of all of that shared wisdom. It's not just one perspective, it's everybody's perspective. They were just the ones who were casting it. So we're going to have so throughout the Archdiocese, parishes will be doing a wide variety of things. Here at Holy Name Cathedral, we're going to have a special Mass tomorrow morning. But there will be Masses all over to be at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. No, we have not been able to be in contact with the Cardinal. As you can imagine, there is so much going on. He will be here as soon as it's appropriate, and then he will absolutely be making a comment. The Cardinal cares a great deal about the church, and he is going to want to spread this message with good news. But we don't know when he'll be back. That's right.
Sure. Father Gregory, Gregory, Sakowitz, S as in Sam, Akowi, C as in cat, Z as in zebra. I'm the rector of the cathedral. My first reaction when I heard it was announced that Cardinal Robert Prevost was named Pope, I was in absolute shock. Happily shocked. He was not on my short list. He was on my top 10 list. Here's the ironic part. When he was named in Chicago, at that moment I looked outside here in Chicago, the sun came out. The sun came out. So we say, what a coincidence the sun came out. A coincidence is God's way of remaining anonymous. A coincidence is God's way of remaining anonymous. Now, one burning question I have is the fact that the Pope Leo XIV, Cardinal then, Robert Prevost, was born in Chicago on the South Side. Is he a Chicago White Sox fan? I don't know. He's a Cubs fan. I heard he's a Cubs fan. But God bless him. God bless all the fans. I heard, I think he was born in Dalton. I don't quote, well, you're already quoting on that one, okay. So, well, so but here's the thing. Two things that strike me. Number one, he has been the lead or the head of the dicastery for making bishops worldwide. Therefore, it tells me this. He was very well known by the other cardinals in the conclave. And number two, the fact that he was born in Chicago, American raised, he spent time in Rome, also in Latin America, means he's got great diversity and background and will be heavily into social justice, speaking as a voice for the poor. Those are some of my immediate thoughts that come out. I've heard as Bishop Sullivan said about his kindness, his goodness, and it's very important to know that he might be Chicago-born, United States, but he is the Pope following Peter in that line of succession for the world. I think there's got to be a sensitivity and a care, and open and listening, forgiving, compassionate. That's what needs to be Christ. Put on Christ. In all honesty, I found out a lady I was giving Holy Communion to said the new Pope is Cardinal Robert Prevost. And I said, amen. I said, the body of Christ, and I then said, thank you for sharing. And then one of our seminarians, Carlos, said the same thing, but he said he's taking the name of Leo XIV. At the end of Mass, as they were put together to make the announcement, when Mass started, I had no idea who it was. I found out during communion and more right before the final blessing. That's a great question. At that point, yes, because I knew you have three from Chicago. You have Cardinal Blake Supich, Cardinal Gregory, Cardinal Robert Prevost. Those three have stuck in my head, but I thought, very little chance of him being Pope, because I just didn't think it was going to be an American Pope, and so I knew the guys in Chicago were. By the way, I've never met Pope Leo XIV. I've heard great things about him, but I've never met him. I have a feeling in the future, thanks to Cardinal Blake Supich, he may make in the future a visit to Chicago. Maybe yes, maybe no. Time will tell. I think it's very, very important. I think we have to be able to meet people where they're at on their terms. And I think age is irrelevant. That I love being with people, serving people. And if we come with an open heart and open mind and not judge, but tell me your story and be able to put on Christ. You think about this. Every time someone says to you, and I talk to you, what they're really saying is, will you listen to me? Will you listen to me? Really, times people just want to be listened to and heard. And I feel very humbled to be the rector of the cathedral now for almost 9 years. And by the way, I was thinking about this during Mass. Tomorrow, May 9th, is my 46th anniversary as a priest. ordained 46 years ago tomorrow. Chicago born and raised. I was baptized down the street at Holy Trinity, and I lost my mother 5 years ago. And Sunday being Mother's Day, I give special thanks to my mother and my father. I think it's very, very important to answer the question that the Pope can relate to people of all ages, and not just certain groups. And here's the thing, we may not always be in agreement with what someone says, but to be respectful and listen and come with an open mind and open heart. I think the very fact he is Pope now for the whole world, you can never deny your roots. So I'm sure he has a love for Chicago, a love for the United States. That's part of his upbringing. And so there's also a little rapport and love for Europe, Latin America. That seems to be an opening, but you can never deny your roots. If I were not serving in Chicago right now and serving somewhere else, I'd always remember my upbringing in Chicago and Park Ridge. That's part of who he was. So I think you can't deny where you're from or the part of who you are from the neighborhood, and that's just part of who he is. But believe me, he will be open to the whole world, and he will listen and dialogue. And I think, God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth. We should listen twice as much as we speak. It's true. I'm a die-hard Chicago White Sox fan. I was born and raised in Park Ridge and Northside. However, I will never cheer against Chicago Cubs unless they play the White Sox. I'm also a die-hard Bears fan, and Bulls fan, and Hawks fan, and Fire fan, and Chicago Sky fan. I love Chicago sports. I wish I knew my theology as well as I know sports. Don't quote me on that, okay? Yes. I think the name comes with Pope Leo. I think historically, the name Leo and from previous popes, especially the last Pope Leo XIII, heavily into social justice. So preferential treatment for the poor, the rights of the voiceless. I think it's very important, along your lines, Jewel, is that 3 things hit me. That Pope Leo XIV, I'm going to say this, I think he's going to be very strong on the immigrant, human rights, and the earth, the care for the earth. There will be 3 main points that he may hit on. He'll have other items to go through. And by the way, all this will not be accomplished in one day. And there will be similarities to Pope Francis, but as Bishop Sullivan said, he will be his own man, his own pope, his own background, and his strengths, and his weaknesses. Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here, everybody. Thank God bless all of you. Thank you. It's a great day for Chicago, country, and the world, and for all Catholics, and for everybody in the world. He's a unifier.
Let you know. Please call us at our media line, 312-534-8227 for any additional interviews or inquiries. Thank you.
I guess when the truck can get here. Is my guess. Soon. We hope real soon. Good question.